Alright, I gotta get my revenge on this alchemy queue. Where'd it go? Resume. Resume getting my revenge. What the hell? How did I only get 4 rares in my pack? I guess it's 2 mythics, 2 rares. I think the best card is probably Gitrog. This card's also really good. Like, isn't this just a 4-mana 4/4 Eternal Witness? But you secretly choose. But this is 3 colors. And it's not like I've played with Gitrog a ton of times and it's boring to play with. It is a mythic. I think I've only ever had it once or twice. Nexus of Becoming is good, but I don't think it's insane. We're taking the Gitrog. Ah, Calamity. Somehow I've been on this kick where I just keep getting Molten Duplications in packs. What's better, Calamity or Ruthless Lawbringer? Calamity is 6 mana. And I've not found this card to be that insane. I kind of think Ruthless Lawbringer might be better. Like, I think I'm going to wind up having a lot of the same kind of sack stuff. I think I should do this. There's also a Lively Dirge that wouldn't be insane for it to wheel out of my first pack. Because the first pack had a ton of good cards in it. So we have Pillage the Bog, which I've actually come to kind of like. I generally hate the style of card, but the fact that it's only 2 mana does actually make it pretty good. There's also a Desert and Cactarantula. I guess I should take the Desert if I'm serious about this 3-color idea. If I'm lucky, Pillage the Bog's still in the pack. That would be pretty lucky, though. There's 2 white cards in Disinformation Campaign and Cactarantula that are going to get picked, though. It's not that crazy. Alright, Lively Dirge it is. I guess I'm supposed to be white-black and just splash for Gitrog. It's what things are starting to look like. I was watching some of Paul Cheon's videos just to see what he'd been doing, and I watched his Arena Open draft, and he wound up drafting white-black. And it wound up being like a pretty hard seat for white-black, but I also think he didn't draft... He made some pretty bad picks, too. I don't think there was a way he could salvage his deck, but... Like, at one point he picked Take Up the Shield, which I don't think is a very good card in white-black. He could have just picked, like, a solid black creature. And he kept passing Nezumi Link Breakers, which... I don't know how much... Like, the spots where he passed them, it wasn't that obvious he should take them, but I think he kind of created additional white-black drafters. Favorite turn of this format so far? I don't know. That's a tough one. I don't think I want any of these red cards. Although, there's a ton of them, so it is really open, but maybe I want the Bounding Felidar. I'm like a... Oh, I didn't take the Calamity, so I only have 2 mounts. So I was thinking, I really have a lot of mounts for not being a white-green deck, but I only have 2. Alright, so the Detention Sphere wheel. That's kind of disappointing. Maybe this is going to be the Rise of the Varmints deck? We can dream. I've never actually put this card in my deck before. I was hoping the Lively Dirge was going to wheel. It did not. What was the other thing I was hoping I was going to wheel? It wasn't Molten Duplication. I remember that much. Rare draft. Oh, you weren't asking me for my favorite turn of the format. You were telling me your favorite turn of the format. I'm sorry. I understand now. This whole drafting white thing hasn't worked out as much as I was hoping it would. Maybe I'm a black-green drafter. The Armored Armadillo. Never wanted to put that in my deck, and I never have. Laughing Jasper Flint. This is such a good card. And I was seeing a ton of red. But there's also Getaway Gamer, which is also a very good card. And a Desert. Our new card is Grave Expectations, which, now that I understand better how Heist works, I do think this card's actually, I don't know, good's maybe strong, but it's certainly fine. I guess I'm just going to pick Getaway Gamer. We have Miriam. The new card is Intruder's Inquisition, which is certainly playable, but I don't think it's exciting. I guess I should probably just take Beast Bond Outcaster. I'm concerned that I'm not a base white-green deck, so this is going to be kind of hard to cast. The Ancient Cornucopia, just what I didn't want. Guess I'll take Murder. I do want to get some more removal. I'd also be kind of happy with Mourner's Surprise. If I have put Pitiless Carnage in my deck before. In like really good white-black decks, I sometimes think it's playable. This is not the deck for it, though, sadly. I think this one's good enough that I'm going to stretch my mana for it. Obviously, back for more would be fine. But I feel like I already have a bunch of expensive stuff. And this is like minor upgrade, but Seraphic Steed can just kind of win the game on its own. At times. Definitely going to need to get a little bit more fixing. But my white cards, I'm probably not really going to splash Bounding Felidar. Fixing or just a really good card? I'm going to go with really good card. Like, I do have 4 white cards that I really like now. I guess it's 5. I have 5 white cards I really like. Not sure I have enough creatures for Rise of the Varmints to be effective. In fact, I'm pretty sure I don't have enough creatures for it to be effective. Maybe I'm a black splash deck? And I'm just not playing Murder. It's very complicated what's going on here. Alright, I'll take Betrayal at the Vault. I'm definitely really interested in getting like the 1/1 mana guy that taps for any color, whose name I don't remember. I do have Map the Frontier as well, which I don't really like playing that very much, but I might if I have enough expensive stuff. All right, the Miriam, I guess it must have wheeled. I was thinking, is this the same pack that I saw it in before? Obviously, it wasn't added to the pack, so something's going on. So what if we just say we're not going to play that? And we're not going to play Murder. Maybe we're not going to play Baron Bertram. Maybe we still are. Rare Draft. I could play Wanted Griffin. Probably not going to be able to play that. Oh, this is a nice late pickup. Just perfectly fine 2-drop. Hard Bristle Bandit. Correct. The Aven Interrupter. I never wind up having this card in my deck. It just doesn't seem that good to me. I mean, it's obviously not bad, but I think there's much better stuff in this pack. The question is, do I want a second Lawbringer? Or do I want a Lasud by the Law? There's also Stubborn Barrowfiend, which is certainly good. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick Lasud by the Law, and then there's a Ruthless Lawbringer and a Vanishing Verse in the pack, plus there's Aven Interrupter and Desert Stew, so I think there's no way that both the white-black cards get picked. And you know what I'm thinking? If the Ruthless Lawbringer wheels, I might actually play Armored Armadillo. I think this is a pretty easy Prairie Survivalist. I think this card's great, even though I've only ever had it played against me. Obviously, Honest Rutstein would be a perfectly respectable and honest pick. Don't think I want to pick a black card because that is going to be my splash color, and my fixing situation's not great. I think I'll just pick Omenport Vigilante. Oh, thank you. My mana situation was pretty sad. This will help a lot. I like this Vraska. This Vraska leads to pretty cool board states. but not this time. An honest Rutstein. I will just be taking conduit pylons, though. This is not looking like a particularly great Baron Bertram deck. It'd be nice to be able to replace that guy. Oh, I love this thing. Not that it's like a good card, but just the idea of someday the pack will not have anything in it for me and I'll be able to pick it and then I'll play with it. It's still not that day. It's very sad. We have Patient Naturalist and Lullaby. I'm not going to play enough black cards that I want to play Link Breaker. And also, like, I already cut the Baron Bertram, and I might only have one Lawbringer. I kind of think there's going to be a Lawbringer that's going to wheel. We'll see, though. This is not a Lawbringer wheeling. This is just a new pack that also has a Lawbringer in it. This is the Lawbringer that's going to wheel. I think it's better than Vanishing Verse. Get in there, Armored Armadillo. So close to a Rise of the Varmints deck. I don't think I have a reasonable Rise of the Varmints deck. Maybe I should check again, though. 17 creatures, actually. That's pretty reasonable. What could I cut for one? I could just cut the Armadillo. Although the Armadillo is kind of... It's nice having a 1-drop in your deck when you have Lively Dirge, because if you're dirging back a Lawbringer, you can just, you know, spend one more mana and you get the Armadillo. Or if the Armadillo's in your graveyard and you're getting a Lawbringer, you get the Armadillo. Like, having the 1-drop in your deck with Lively Dirge does just make the Dirge a lot better. Also, I do have the Wombo combo of playing the Armadillo and then playing the Prairie Survivalist and getting it to perpetually grow. It's not exactly a Wombo combo, but, you know, it is a thing I can do. Maybe I'll cut this Omenport Vigilante for one Rise of the Varmints. We'll split the difference. Kind of wish we had some Patient Naturals to fuel the Rise of the Varmints. We've got one. Also, can I sack my creatures to the Gitrog to get some fueling situation going on? Seems improbable that I want to play 4 Swamps. Maybe. I guess I do have 5 black cards. This is like 7 white plus a Pylons and... Yeah, this mana's not very good, but it's probably about as good as it can be. No need to worry about drawing my splash color. I think this hand's too bad to keep. This hand, on the other hand, is pretty nice. I think this card is very good. The Impetuous Loot Monger. Although it is my card still, so if they took a creature, I could exile and it would come back on my side, which would be nice. What do you got? I fear nothing. Certainly not that. Maybe it was better to get the scry land. I don't know, I was kind of happy to get the tap land out of my deck. Suppose I would have scried any land to the bottom. Oh, that's kind of annoying. So I can Buried in the Garden, lassoed by the Law, to get back the Green Blade, which wouldn't be that bad. I guess I also just have all those Lawbringers in my deck. This is also pretty good. And I think for now we're just getting rid of Hellspur Brute. Get away from me, gamer. Well, that didn't work out. I guess it worked out in the sense that they didn't get to just cast that spell on my Cactarantula. Ow. Didn't enjoy that. Still in fine shape, though. This card's very good on turn 2. Later on in the game, less so. Do I have some busted 2-drop I could get? I could go and get Seraphic Steed or Miriam. I think I'm going to get Seraphic Steed, assuming they trade the Mine Raider with the Paladin. Oh, I could have gotten the Prairie Survivalist as well. That's way worse if you have an empty hand. Hello. Was that the perfect draw for this hand? I wanted a creature so I could get these Ruthless Lawbringers working. Of course, I also need to draw 1 or 2 more lands. Ooh, that's a good draw. Please don't counter this. Start making improvements to one of these Ruthless Lawbringers. Did I mess up improving my Armadillo? Because now I kind of want to just be able to sack it next turn. It's not that big of a deal. I'm losing 1 power out of it. Indeed, the Lawbringers are ruthless. They're not to be messed with. Do they have a flash creature? Do they have Stone Cold? Maybe they have Stone Cold. This Lawbringer is going to be brutal. The Stoic Sphinx. Yuck. But not ruthless. Do I like this draft format more than recent draft formats? Yes. You thought they had 100% holy cows? Close. Very close. We're going to be able to set up a chain reaction with Lawbringers, probably. Oh. Not that excited about killing the Nurturing Pixie. Let's see what else they got. The Outlaw Stitcher. That's a little scarier. And a good time was had by everyone. What? I must maintain good Lawbringer being in play superiority. That was lame. Guess I have to chump now. I don't think this person's ever going to appreciate that I had an extra Lawbringer the whole time. I don't think I needed that land to kill them, but it is nice because I get to show them this. They can't tap the Gitrog. They can tap the Ruthless Lawbringer, but it does not help them. Yeah, had I done nothing, they could have tapped the Ruthless Lawbringer and chumped the Gitrog to go to 1. I could have just played the Ruthless Lawbringer and sacked the 6/2 Lawbringer to kill the Nimble Brigand, and they would have died. But I had too much respect for that 6/2 Lawbringer. It did so much for me that game. I couldn't just sacrifice it. These opening hands have not been stellar. I did draw my Armadillo, though. So I've got that to look forward to when I draw planes. Get that Armadillo out there. Have it to enjoy. I think... Well, it's going to depend what I draw. I might actually hold this thing. And just plot the Paladin and, like, play it on a turn where I can get 2 cards. Especially against the colors that they're showing. It's likely they just have a handful of removal. I probably want to get max value out of my cards. If they leave all their mana untapped, they can just kill the Paladin in response to me casting the Beastbond Outcaster. So it's not like I'm guaranteed to get the value. But I think I'm going to try to get it at least. It didn't work. I tried and I failed. I think I'm going to play the Armadillo this turn instead of Miriam. Because if they play something I want a Lawbringer next turn, I definitely want to be able to sack the Armadillo, and I don't have enough colored mana to do that if I don't play the Armadillo this turn. And there we go. That's something I definitely want to be able to kill. One of the reasons I definitely want to be able to sack the Armadillo is because of Lively Dirge. Because by sacking the Armadillo, it means that now the Lively Dirge is just 5 mana, get another Lawbringer, get the Armadillo back, and sack the Armadillo again. Did the OTJ sets have anything interesting for cooking or the other alchemy decks? I don't think it had anything good for the dinosaur stack. I didn't look that closely. I was thinking about building an overcooked deck, but it wasn't so much the new cards from the alchemy set. I think it's probably possible to build like a red-green overcooked deck with Bristlebud Farmer. And I guess you could play Tough Cookie as well. So it would probably be pretty cool. What about Vaultborn Tyrant? What about it? Oh, you mean in the Dinopod deck. What's the 7 I usually play? Oh, I usually play a Tali. Is Vaultborn Tyrant a dinosaur? There's no way it's better than the Tali, though. It just... What that deck needs is it needs a better 5. And I don't think there's... Maybe there's a better 5 in this set. The set does just have a lot of really good cards in it. Ugh. That's what they have in their hand. I'm gonna be pitching buried in the garden. Are there any Minotaur pirates? Because we need more Minotaur pirates. That, I mean, there's a desperate need for more Minotaur pirates. Doesn't where's all Pig's card exile? Yeah, like almost all the removal in Alchemy exiles. It's causing me some trouble here. Yikes. Thought I was doing good, and then I had to discard my whole hand. Then I thought I was doing less good. Maybe they'll mill themselves to death. All right, I'm hoping they trade here. And then the Lawbringer. Should I get the Beaver or the Burrow Fiend? The Burrow Fiend's kind of scary. The Beaver would allow the Seraphic Steed. No, it still wouldn't be able to attack because I would have to sack the Merc. Yeah, alright, we're gonna get the Burrow Fiend. Might have to attack with the Cactarantula at some point. It probably has a lot of lands in it, left in it. I've got 6, 7. Yeah, my deck is 10 land. Well, 9 lands, 11 spells right now, I think. About having all those lands. So now my deck has 7 lands and 11 spells. Oh, yuck. That's the second time they're doing that this game, isn't it? It's not the same person. They didn't plot anything. Maybe they drew 3 lands. Maybe their hand is 6 lands right now. Could definitely be the case that their hand is 6 lands. Will I make any Timeless videos? I might. I haven't really played that much Timeless. I was thinking about giving it a little bit more of a try. I think there's a bunch of cards on the bonus sheets. Well, that's not good for me. I think there's a bunch of good cards on the OTJ bonus sheets for playing Timeless, like Path to Exile and Prismatic Vista. That's pretty interested in. Just everything's going bad now. I think when I thought that they maybe just drew all lands, it turns out that they didn't. They drew Rush of Dread. I don't think I can get out of this. Gitrog is probably the best card left in my deck, and it's just not going to be enough. Maybe they're about to deck themselves. Maybe the whole rest of their deck is land. They've got 10 lands in play. And well, now they have 11 lands in play. 6 cards left in their deck. 4 cards in their hand. So unless they played like 30 land, they probably still have some spells left. Also, I'm just dead on board. When does Modern Horizons 3 come out? And I guess it's going to be on Arena. I hadn't paid any attention to that set at all because it didn't realize it was going to be on Arena. And I don't play the... I haven't played Modern in so long. June 18th on Arena. So a little ways away, but not that far. I guess I'll make this thing bigger. I don't know. I can get away from me, gamer, this and kill something. Which maybe that's what I'm going to do. I wonder if they'll charge extra for drafts. I would expect that they will not. Just because that's not really how the economy on Arena is designed to work, but could be wrong. Oh, nice. I milled the armadillo. So it's in the graveyard to start. Wow, that's sad. They hit the 6 drop off of the Wolverine. I didn't like it when they killed my Outcaster Green Blade. Didn't like it at all. What do they have? I don't know, but let's find out. So far, it looks like they don't have much. Oh, they had Roxanne. Okay. That wasn't that bad for me. Does the Armadillo mean I have the 4 White Wrath? No, I have 3 Ruthless Lawbringers and a Lively Dirge. Which is why I played it. You thought I played it to trigger the Beastbond Outcaster? I like the way you think. Maybe I don't. I'm not sure. That sounds like it doing things the hard way to me. It's going to be a classic betrayal. This is like a paradox. The voracious varmint can destroy the berry of the garden to prevent it from killing them, but in the process of doing that, it kills itself, so it doesn't prevent them from dying. It made more sense before I said it. MJ, I think you may owe Paul Cheon some money. I watched his Day 1 Arena Open draft video, and he drafted white-black, and he didn't pick a corrupted conviction when he could have. And I think it's because he probably saw you respond to my tweet where you said you didn't think corrupted conviction was very good. And then he lost. So I think you need to like sub to his Patreon or something at a minimum. It's good, like, I think it's good in the kind of white-black deck I like. That is really, that and maybe every once in a while it'll wind up in a red-black deck if I get Take for a Ride. You do like the two in a black, two that sacks to draw 2? Yeah, I think that's generally a better card than Corrupted Conviction. This was so close to being such a good draw if they just didn't have this thing. This card is insane. Glad that I'm getting it off the battlefield. In some ways, it's almost like it's too good because it's such overkill when it's working. Why is the Emperor of Ixalan on Thunder Junction? That information's not available to me. I'm sorry. How's this thing work? Let's try it out. I wanted to see if I was going to draw 2 lands, so I could put 3 lands into play and then plot my guy. I guess I could have drawn 3 lands and I hadn't made a land drop yet. If I just drew all lands, I could have just hard cast the Spine Paladin guy. Not sure you would sack. That's the kind of thing you do if you just don't want to feel anything. If you just want to go through life and never feel disappointment. Oh, the lands were going to come into play tapped? You're right, I shouldn't have sacked them. We made this alchemy set sort of like Aftermath. Are you saying like the characters in the set are... I don't understand what you're saying, but I agree with it. Look how big that thing is. I think I should still kill the survivalist. I'm going to take some damage. I get some life total to work with. Supposed to draw you. Oh no, that's fine, right? Oh no, I should do this on my turn. It was pretty stupid to attack. Like, if they had just blocked, I would have lined up wanting to cast this, but they would have just owned me if they had steer clear. Man, I guess I bluffed for 3 damage, but I don't think the 3 damage is really going to matter at all. And look at that armadillo coming in clutch yet again. Alright, that was a disappointment. I thought the armadillo was going to come in clutch. Like some sort of snake lockdown hell now. Come on, lively dirge. They're just going off. I need to draw Rise of the Varmints to contend with all of these. How am I supposed to win this game? I think the answer is I'm just not gonna win. I don't have enough life that I can try to play for having an untapped land, and because I can't get a guy to 5. Maybe it would have worked out better if I had getaway gamered them on their turn when they attacked, but that's just giving them another chance to draw, take up the shield, or Snakeskin Veil. I always feel bad when I get got by that card. Bruce. I'm just getting a swamp. This way I can play a Sterling Keykeeper next turn and a Ruthless Lawbringer and just sack the Keykeeper if I need to, which I'm probably going to. Look how damaged the Seraphic Steed is. It lost all of its abilities. And it got its name changed to purple. It's not looking good for it. This is the downside of my get a swamp instead of getting a desert plan. So now, depending on what I draw, I might feel like I have to, or at least I should. Use the Keykeeper. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this. I have a lot of removal in my hand. I don't really want to exile the Outcaster and risk giving them another draw trigger off of it at some point. That, on the other hand, find exile. Wanted to have access to 7 mana for next turn. That's why I played Buried in the Garden over Lassoed by the Law. 7 mana, I can Lassoed by the Law, creature of theirs next turn, and then Lawbringer another thing if I need to, which probably I'm not going to need to do that next turn, because that would mean that they played 2 things I really wanted to kill. I'll probably be happy just to play the Wanted Griffin. Another good reason to have played Buried in the Garden last turn. Now I can play the Wanted Griffin and the Lassoed by the Law. Should have attacked with this first. Alright. When I said I should have attacked with it first, I was kind of worried that they would choose not to trade now that they see the Wanted Griffin. I guess if I'd attacked without spending a bunch of mana, they would have just taken the damage, and then I actually think I got the better exchange the way it happened. Thunder Salvo? Take Path to Exile. Okay. It's really not that bad for me. And they didn't want me to hit the Mystical Tether, but the end result was they wound up using their Path to Exile on my 1/1 Merc, which is fine. So I'm 9 lands to their 5. I did get 2 free lands from Outcaster Greenblade and 1 from the Path. Oh, yuck. It's not a good turn to draw another land. Too many lands. All right, one more draft. So the new card is Cathartic Operation, which is good for sure. Can you actually see it? Yeah. I think this card's good. I don't think it's as good as Dust Animus or Stubborn Barrow Fiend, though. Or Thrown from the Saddle, for that matter. Or probably not even Ostrot's Time, but I do think this is a pretty good card. Unlike Skullcrack. Can I play Plush by Stone Temple Pilots? I don't remember how. At one point I knew how to play that. I don't remember it at the moment. And there's lots of good cards in this pack. Sphinx, Lively Dirge, and Impetuous Lootmonger. Also Lively Dirge. Not a fan of being blue-white for sure, and I don't think there's any cards that were added to Alchemy that you can hope to get that are, like, insane. I kind of want to just take the Lootmonger. I think it's between it and Lively Dirge, which is the best card. Lively Dirge isn't that good with Dust Animus because you're not going to be able to use it to get a big Dust Animus all that often. Red is strong in Alchemy. I agree. Like that one red uncommon that's like Questing Beast is outrageous, and it's an uncommon. This is not an impressive selection of cards. I think my choices are like either Conduit Pylons or Slickshot Lockpicker, and wish I'd taken that Sphinx. I might go with Slickshot Lockpicker and just wish I'd taken the Sphinx last pick. What is like Questing Beast? It's like some sort of like swashbuckling horse, maybe? That's not the real name, but the name is something like that. It's like red 2 for a 4/4 haste. And it deals 1 damage to any target when it attacks. And if it's saddled, the thing that deals damage to can't block and doesn't lose damage when the turn changes. Okay. Got cards in 4 colors now. That part's going well. Should I pick Crom and just go back to like trying to draft a 2-color deck? Probably well, I think the best card I've seen so far is Dust Animus. The second one best is Marauder, followed by the Loot Monger. Well, I guess I didn't rank the Stoic Sphinx. I think this is a long way of saying I probably should try to play the Marauder, which means I should probably pick Terminal Agony or the Coyote. I think I'm just going to pick the Coyote because I think I'm style. I think so. I don't think this Obelisk is very good. It's just pretty expensive. I guess if you had like really good expensive cards, it'd be exciting. I don't know, maybe if you had... It doesn't even tutor up the Villainous Wealth, though. I don't, there's got to be something that you could get where that card would be good, but I think in a normal deck it's not good. I could have been Coyote Tribal this draft. This is my 3rd shot at a Coyote. Skullcrack Wield. How did I get this lucky? These cards are really not to my liking. that plank reminded you of Creed? I wouldn't claim to be a Creed expert, but I'm going to guess they don't have a lot of songs that are like that. To pick I want to pick the Link Breaker. My heart says Link Breaker, but the ham said the Raven of Fell Omens could be good in best of 1. Generally believe the ham, but that bird is too bad. I'm not going to even try it. I refuse. Rare Draft or the Quilled Charger? I do love the Quilled Charger, but am I really going to play it in this deck? I'm risking 20 gems for a Quilled Charger. I'll do it. I do love the Quilt Charger. I do not love these cards. I'm glad that the rest of the people who are drafting feel the same way about Terminal Agony as I do, that it is not a high pick. Because it's pretty nice that I've got it now with the Discerning Peddler and the Loot Monger. Where's my new card? Graven Expectations. I'm not going to pick that one. I always do this where I pick Vadmir highly, and it's never, ever been good for me. It always just like it's a Grizzly Bear, and then it's a 3/3, and then it dies every time. But maybe this will be the time. You love Terminal Agony because you always draft Lila? Yeah. Have you used breaches yet? I really want to at some point actually use the breaches ability, but I have yet to do it. How good of a Rakdos joins up deck is this? It would be fine. I think I'm supposed to just pick Hellspur Brute, though. I'm really likely to wheel something from this pack. Is the Alchemy card's missing. Breaches is great. It's honestly first pickable. Really? Like, what kinds of things are you're describing the trigger, right? You're not just saying like you think a 3/3 menace for 3 is first pickable. Am I going to be a good Scalestorm Summoner deck? Maybe. Scalestorm Summoner is really nice with Hellspur Brute. Or should I pick the Plunderer or Explosive Derailment? Now I have 2 removals, well, 3 removal spells counting Intruder's Inquisition, which there'd be no reason not to count. I think it's the Plunderer. Alright, I'm feeling good about the Plunderer pick. Because I'm going to take Intruder's Inquisition here, and it's just good to have a high creature count. I'm going to have fighting cards. Could I actually be a Rakish Crew deck? Maybe. It's kind of weird because, like, usually if you're a Rakish Crew deck, you want to be a Link Breaker deck as well. And I can't have both, but let's see. Rare draft. If I was playing with sideboarding, I would certainly take Caught in the Crossfire. There's just no way I'm going to put it in my deck, though. And I can't imagine I'm going to want to splash to the point that I want an Oasis Gardener. There's just 1 pack left. Oh, nice. Prickly Pear Wield. Rare draft. Oh, I know one card I might want to splash. If that Grixis Alchemy rare had been is in the next pack, I'll kind of want to play it. Just because I think it's fun. Maybe I should have taken that Oasis Gardener. Yeah, I've got 2 Mind Raiders I can splash if I want. I have a lot of the bad Outlaw Synergy stuff. Oh man, it's a second Vadmir. What's this thing do? That's not nearly as good as some of the green rares in the main set. Alright, I guess I'm taking a second Vadmir. It's not even that good in my deck, because I haven't tried to draft to enable crimes. But, yeah, alright. Should probably try to get some crime stuff. And there's the not as good as a desert land. It's just like, it's Mirage Mesa, but not a desert. Alright, crime and stuff. We need to be doing crimes. Shoot the sheriff. It does a crime. And I'm the person drafting outlaws, so my opponents are slightly more likely to have non-outlaws. Tarnation has to be better than what? Mirage Mesa? I don't think so. I mean, like in my deck, it would be the same, obviously, because I don't have anything that counts deserts. But like, if you have one card in your deck that counts deserts, you think Tarnation Vista was better than Vadmir? I don't agree with that. Oh, this is the card I wanted to play. Isn't like Tarnation Vista is just literally Mirage Mesa? I think I should take Jagged Barrens. You would play every Mirage Mesa you get. I agree that I generally play them, but I'm not that excited about them, especially in a, like, I'm just 100% only going to play 2 colors at this point. I don't think I would actually play any of these cards. Kind of don't want to play the Coyote. Probably play Thunder Salvo. I'm hoping to wheel this other Rakish Crew. And then there was something else I was gonna... Oh. I could play Outlaw's Fury. I'm literally... I think I'm gonna wind up with a deck where every single creature is an outlaw. Why am I against casting spells and not mulliganing? I'm against mulliganing. That's all I'm going to say is I'm against mulliganing. This isn't even an outlaw. This pack is nothing for me. Oh, Quilled Charger? Yeah, maybe I should cut that one. Bucolic Ranch with no mounts. I'm not going to do that. Wait a second. Wasn't this the pack that was supposed to have Rakish Crew in it? Why would someone pick Rakish Crew out of a pack? It's just not even good. Now, here's a good card. Probably don't need all of these Mind Raiders. Probably have more Mind Raiders than we need. Tome Trawler. That guy's a good way to not get decked. still can't believe that Rakish Crew didn't wheel. It's mind-boggling. Has that Golem been relevant to me putting cards back in the library? Yes, I've actually had a couple decks where I played with and it was good, but obviously not in this kind of a deck. It's like if you have an intimidation campaign deck where you're kind of worried you're going to deck yourself some of the games, it's usually worth playing. Alright, so I'm trying to draw lands so I can set up the Discerning Peddler Terminal Agony combo. I failed. I failed in my goal to draw lands. Alright, I'm going to set up the Discerning Peddler discard Thunder Salvo to find a land combo. It worked. Is it a Paladin? It's a Freeze-Dried Commando. Freeze-Dried Commando. Lands would have been nice if they'd shown up one card sooner. Yuck again. Oh, nice. Gonna get a treasure. My deck probably can't realistically win from this spot very often. Didn't get enough early damage in. Oh, they've got blue cards as well. Don't know why they're doing that. I feel like that was maybe just my opponent trying to give me a chance. Come on, no removal spells. Merge Ray. Alright. Sad. Come on, target me. Oh, they didn't target me. Disappointing. This was 9 lands, 9 spells, is that right? Yeah. Oh, they're choosing in secret. It's not a secret that they're getting to choose a card. The card they're choosing is a secret. We could probably figure it out, though. It's Pest Infestation. It's not a secret. It might be Murderay. Doesn't really matter what it is, because I can't possibly win this game. But let's see if it was Murderay. What does Desserts do? Was that the card that was chosen in secret? Come on, opponent, just play the card. I want to know what the secret choice was. We'll never know. That's probably what Desserts do. It was -4, -4. Do Conjurers have a color? Yeah, I think you're right. It might. No, I don't think they do. I think only altered cards. It should have flash on it, but Desserts do is already an instant. Definitely the cards that get altered with perpetual effects turn purple. I'm not sure that it would alter an instant so that it would have flash. I don't know. We'll have to figure out who I just played against and send them a letter to ask them what they got to find out. That's not a mountain. What letter? You know, like in the post office, in the mail. We'd mail them a letter. Alright, that's a pretty good card to draw. Badmir has been weakened. He's down but not out. Now he's down and out. He's beat up pretty bad there. Really took one for the team, Badmir. Would a fax not be a better solution? I don't think it's the kind of thing you need to learn in a timely manner. I'd be satisfied just to know at some point in my life. Trying to remember the name of this card. There was a card. Maybe it's Menacing Ogre. There was this card that it's in a really old set where when you played it, you and your opponent were both supposed to secretly bid an amount of life. And if the person who cast the ogre won the bidding war, then the ogre was a 5/5. Otherwise, it was a 3/3. And I remember the first time I played it, I didn't understand what it did exactly. I thought you were just supposed to like announce your bid aloud, and I just announced 16. So I just bid 16 life, and my opponent was like, "That's not how it works." And I was like, "I'm sticking to it," and I did stick to it, and I won the game anyway. And I hope you enjoyed that story. Oh, this is a clue. I was processing it as a treasure. If there's one, there's probably a lot of things I would change about Arena if I could, but one of the things I would definitely change is I would, like, the clues, the treasures, and the bloods. Like, there should just be a single... like a single image for each of them, because it confuses me to no end. How am I going to kill this thing? It's Ward 2. Who has to die? It's a Rakish crew sighting. This thing's an outlaw, right? Yes, it is. Good. Wouldn't want to compromise the tribal nature of my deck. And this card is a sorcery, sadly. Opponent's really contemplating something here. Turns out what they were contemplating was just taking a lot of damage. I wonder how they can expect to win going down to 6 when I have Rakish Crew in play. Maybe they're actually disconnected. I guess one thing that could happen is I do know they have Repulse in their deck because I saw that when I loot mongered them. Maybe they have Repulse in their hand, or they're hoping to just draw it to get rid of the Plunderer. And that's like one less Rakish Crew trigger. Were they to repulse the Plunderer, I would definitely just Thunder Salvo it in response. Oh, I know what's happening. I think this person is taking, instead of playing the game, they've decided to sit down and compose a letter to my previous opponent asking them what was secretly chosen. I think they're trying to help me out. How often do I draft black-red? Actually, pretty frequently. I think that the Alchemy cards in particular, there's a bunch of really good red ones. Like, I think it adjusts the power balance a little bit, because I don't know how many uncommons each color has, but the 2 red Alchemy uncommons I'm thinking of at the moment are both extremely good. The one I have with the Impetuous Lootmonger I think is really good. And the other, the horse is even better. I have been drafting a lot of red just in general on Arena because I think that it's very frequently underdrafted. Free Strider Commando sighting. Oh, they hit 2 creatures. Ugh. This is not a good game to have not had a 2-drop. This is a good draw at least, so maybe... I mean, if I get to trade here and then I get to just shooter... Longhorn Sharpshooter, the Stubborn Burrow Fiend. Or even if they just use this to saddle and they don't wind up attacking me. I'll probably have enough life total to work with. So next turn I will be able to play Sharpshooter, Prickly Pear, Hellspur Brute, if that's what I want to do. Which I think that might be what I want to do. Kind of feeling like they have a counter, but they don't. Alright, nice. I got something. Oh, oh, gross. Did you just see what happened to me? That was absurd. They just got back 2 Spinewoods Armadillos and they get to seek 2 non-creature, non-land cards. I guess I'm lucky they don't have a land. Although they're going to have a land in a second because they're going to discard 1 of the Armadillos. And they just killed all my stuff. What's a person supposed to do here? I think the answer is lose. That was insane. I killed 1 of the Spinewoods Armadillos, at least. Although that does make me wonder what is left in their hand that they feel like Spinewood Armadillo is the right card to be discarding. Turns out one of the cards that was left in their hand was a possum. If you had possum as a card that might be in their hand, you were correct. Did they get to do the thing with this? Seek a creature card with the same mana value as the spell. So does this have a... Did this have a mana value of 1? And they just don't have a 1-drop? I think that's what just happened. Oh. That attack might have been a little bit bold. Forgot I was at 4 life. I guess it'll work out. They play something, saddle the possum, and then just block and Rooftop Assassin it. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, you're saying this card was highest mana cost. They didn't have a choice. You're right. I forgot that was how that worked. This isn't, they just discard a card. It's they have to discard their most expensive card. Meaning that I have a second copy in my deck. That would be a good thing to draw. That was kind of unfortunate. That was really unfortunate. This card's really good. It's like outrageously good. think with this hand, I'm gonna discard the Link Breaker to the Loot Monger. They've stolen secrets. I'll leave up Explosive Derailment rather than play this as a 3/3. Let's see if that was good. Seems like it was a pretty good decision. I guess I'm going to miss out on 3 damage. Possibly even... No, really just 3 damage. Loan Shark. Alright, my Vedmirs always just immediately die. I think I'm going to die to... They're going to play Caught in the Crossfire and wipe my whole board here. I'm ready for it. Completely ready for it. I'm looking forward to it even. Oh, this card is... outrageous how good it is. Osprey Brute, it's like nothing relative to the Grenzo. I'm just going to block with the Loan Shark. I guess I shouldn't attack. You're saying that we can deduce that they had a second 5-drop in their hand. Okay. I think we're about to find out what it is. Nope. We're about to be intimidation campaigned. It's intimidating out here. They have one of my spells, too. Yuck. Keep getting destroyed by people today. And I guess I'm holding this land in my hand because of Discerning Peddler. They could have gotten my Hollow Marauder, but it's not like I really need this land in play. So, Kirvek. I got big plans for that Vadmir. Probably not going to save them. If they have a removal spell here, they do live, but they don't. Come on, have nothing. I like it. 2 triggers for me. Normally, this is the point in this draft where my opponent plays a Free Strider Commando. Lots of opponents have had that card against me today. Perhaps it won't be. It's not a Free Strider Commando. That is an ideal target for the Longhorn Sharpshooter. It's not even a secret. Everybody knows it's Oasis Gardener. We spoiled the secret. That's Ward 2. Kind of unpleasant. So they maybe have like consuming ashes. I think I'm going to cast this, and they're going to respond by killing Vile Smasher, and then I'm just going to pass the turn. I think if they don't kill the Vile Smasher, I will attack with everything. I guess I could have Rooftop Assassin now. It's not that bad for me. You think the ability should fizzle. If they have 2 removal spells, this attack is pretty bad. Oh, this has flash. I forgot about the flash. All right. I wouldn't have attacked if I'd remembered the flash. That was kind of disastrous, but it's not so disastrous I can't come back. So I'm in a spot where if I just draw a land, it's actually pretty good for me. You're right, it did wind up being a surprise. It wasn't supposed to be, but it was. They're repulsed by my... Scalestorm Summoner. They could have gone infinite. They could have repulsed the Nashi and then replayed the Nashi and secretly chose the repulse. This is a pretty bad sign that they're feeling confident enough to attack. Now they can steal a card from my deck, which is... I have to say it's very rude to just steal a card from my deck here. My deck has so many lands and so few spells left in it. And they're just taking one of the spells. I've drawn a lot of spells this game. I really needed to draw one more land. Okay. I fear nothing. They're stealing another spell from me. My deck really has no spells left in it at all. Two treasures. They're just super treasure rich now. It's a disaster. It's a disaster all around. Whatever it is, they can cast it, so this isn't going to work. But imagine if it did work. I might have actually won that game if I'd remembered the Oasis Gardener had Flash. Should I draft again, or should I play... I started working on an alchemy deck that's based off of some of the alchemy cards. I don't think it's good yet. And I did kind of lose motivation when I realized I was in silver rank. The thought of sitting through all of silver and gold in alchemy wasn't super appealing. But we'll play one match of it. After bronze, you lose motivation. Yeah. I'm losing motivation just with this wait time. I don't have any new stealing cards from my opponent's deck cards in my hand, but I do have them in my deck. I just drew one. I hope this opponent isn't playing one of those starter decks. Just because my deck's all based around stealing stuff from them. I don't want any of these. I guess I'll take Morel. What's this land? What do my alchemy cards do? The Impetuous Lootmonger? That's one of my alchemy cards. What did this thing do? It made a knight? Okay. This is like Discerning Peddler, but you heist from your opponent's deck, and it has First Strike. And it's awesome. What does this card do? I think this is like one of those play it to find out situations. It gives something vigilance and +1/+1. Oh wait, that's a soldier card in my hand? I'm not going to give a soldier in my hand vigilance and +1/+1. I know that much. This, I need to control a non-land permanent, which, perfect. I've got, by Elspeth's command, non-land permanent secured. This thing makes like a 4/4 angel when it flips, I think. Well, I don't have many basics in my deck. I'm lucky I found one. does this thing work? When this... Okay, so this would have to attack. Well, only soldiers work with that thing. See, they've gone to the skies. It won't help them. Laughing Jasper Flint is going to steal a lot of their deck. Oh, that's the Anthem one. It's not the Angel. Okay. Planar Disruption? I want to hit a bunch of lands. Whatever. Give me more of your cards, please. Should I sideboard? This opponent doesn't seem to have... I'll sideboard a tiny bit. But this opponent does not appear to have a super focused deck. So that's it. That'll be the limit of the sideboarding. Come on, lands. I can't get a land from their deck. Yes. I'm going to pitch this one. I really don't have enough basic lands on my deck to be excited about ossification. I suppose I could, if I draw a swamp, I could find a plains from the top of their deck. Yeah, this is the problem with playing Alchemy when you're in silver rank. It's, you play against Impassioned or Raider like every other round. It's just not very fun. They're probably going to beat me this game, though. Are all the creatures soldiers? Oh, this isn't even a soldier. It's going to be really hard for me to win if they just play Virtue of Loyalty this turn. Pacify that thing. Okay. I accept. Oh, I messed up. I should have just go for the Throat of the Impassioned Orator. That's an artifact? Man, I really screwed up. Why is this an artifact? It does. It makes artifacts weird. This is this is the reason I made this deck. Is this card Triumphant Getaway? You heist them twice, and when you play a spell that you don't own, you drain them for 2. It's pretty nice. Is this guy a soldier at least? Alright. At least it's a soldier. Kind of realizing that having a bazillion heist cards maybe isn't great, because I really just want more lands. Here and there, not forthcoming. I did put a lot of lands in my deck, kind of because of that. Boromir. Or I could have a 1/4 lifelink. Or the Bolus Slinger. What does this do? Doesn't sound that useful, but I guess it's better than 1/4 lifelink. Pioneer Disruption, I think, is one of the cards I wanted from their deck. They can make a soldier in their hand bigger, and it would gain vigilance. Yikes, I'm regretting that I used all removal on their tokens. Fair enough. Fair enough. I really wish their deck was better. It would make it so much easier to steal impactful cards. Does Arena really force new players to play with these cards? I mean, it gives them these cards, and like new players always love Hallowed Priest, Inspired Orator. I don't know what the new player cards are in other colors, but it's very clear to me that like the new player meta is dominated by Hallowed Priest, Inspired Orator. Hey, Laughing Jasper Flint stole one of the cards I wanted to steal. Good job, Laughing Jasper Flint. Oh, no, I wanted Planar Disruption, not Ossification. Maybe I can draw. If I draw an untapped basic land next turn, that'd be really good. Bolus. Yikes. Seems like a lot of damage for one person to take, but I'll take it. All right. Life. I don't think this deck is busted. I think I'm turning things around because now they're stuck in like the Yoshin medic part of their deck. I don't know if I can beat by Elspeth's command, but maybe I can. Now we're locked in a battle. This is where things start getting serious. Oh, I can go fencing ace with Elspeth's command? Wow. That's busted. Is this a soldier? Where's all the opponent's soldiers at? Whoa, that's a soldier? Wow. Really want to cast this other triumph away. I know that their hallowed priests are going crazy now. Maybe they have Wrath of God in their deck. I might need this Impassioned Orator. Definitely going to need this pacifism. Finally drew a land, although it comes into play tapped. This turn? No. That wasn't even a good attack. Thought it had flying. Yes. Who thought I couldn't win? I'm almost out of silver rank 1. Oh, I am. I'm gold tier 4. I was awarded a lot of victory points for that for some reason. Alright, I think what I feel like doing is I'm going to do 1 cube draft. Which I guess you guys probably want to be able to see if you're going to stick around watching it. We're firing right away. Perfect timing. My timing was too perfect. This pack's pretty bad. How many of the cards can you see? As you can see the cards now. This pack's real bad. It's real bad. It's really bad. I'm extremely disappointed in the cards I've been shown. I'm considering picking Gitaxian Probe. I'm considering Ketria Triome. Guess I'll take Ketria Triome. Legion Extruder Mono Red. No, thank you. I'll leave that in the pack for you to draft. Should I just Force of Negation? Should I just take the Ornery Tumblewag? I could take a Troxa. I'm not going to take Batterskull. I'm not going to take any of these for Arid Mesa's consideration. I'm not going to take Bonecrusher Giant. I'm not going to take Sword of the Meek. I have a really funny story about Sword of the Meek. So I've been drafting on LSV's Cube server. And I watch his videos sometimes, and he's always like very focused on the Sword of the Meek Thopter Foundry combo. And I do not think it's a very, I think it's a pretty irrelevant combo in Cube. Every once in a while it wins a game, but I think mostly you just don't want to have those cards in your deck. But I was doing a Winston draft, and the draft went horrible for me. Winston's like a form of 1v1 draft. It's not that important to understand how it works exactly for this story. Anyway, the draft went really bad for me, and I'm like trying to build my deck. And at the end of these Winston drafts, both people's decks are generally really bad. But mine was especially bad, and I was like, all right, I guess I have to play Thopter Sword in my deck. Like, I didn't have any way to tutor for either of the components, which made it extra bad. It was just like I was going to hope to draw those 2 cards eventually. So like, all right, I guess I'm forced into doing this. So we play the first game. I draw the Thopter Foundry. I never draw the sword. I like sack a few artifacts I don't need to make some 1/1s, and then eventually I lose. The second game, I think basically plays out the same way, but I win. And then the third game, I was like, man, I need to sideboard. And I realized I hadn't even put the Sword of the Meek in my deck. I was just playing Thopter Foundry in my deck with Sword of the Meek in my sideboard. And then I boarded it in, and I won in spectacular fashion. All right. What do I want here? I'm a big fan of Smuggler's Surprise. I've played with it a lot in Vintage Cube, and I actually think it's pretty good. I'm considering, I think it's between that and like Savai Triome. Or maybe Flame Slash? I don't know. I'll take the Smuggler's Surprise, I guess. It's a good way to surprise people at a minimum. I was pretty down on Goldmane Hydra in Vintage Cube, but then I realized you can win with Channel and Goldmane Hydra, which I would like to do at some point. This is maybe just another land. There's also Mind's Desire. I think Storm's actually... I drafted this cube a few times, and I've had 2 pretty good Storm decks. But it doesn't go with any of the other cards I've drafted thus far. Oh, there it is, Thopter Foundry. Right where it belongs, in the pack, not being picked. I don't think I want to pick a triple blue card. I could just pick him. None of these lands are that good for me. So I think it's pretty unlikely I'm like both blue and red, given the way the draft started. I guess I'll take him. Troll isn't bad. Gruff Triplets, if I get Flash, would be kind of nice to have. Also, I could surprise people with it. Can I review the new cards as I see them? I mean, new to the cube? This is new to the cube, Phantom Interference. It's like a bad version of Miscalculation, but Miscalculation really isn't that bad, so you could play it sometimes. I guess... I don't know what... I don't think that the deck I'm drafting fits cleanly into a preconceived archetype, so I guess I'm taking Grist. You can take Grist off of Smuggler's Surprise, right? Because it's a creature. We have Tamiyo and we have Infernal Grasp. I think I'm going to take Tamiyo and just hope to get some stuff that's good with it. Wow, Sword of the Meek. How lucky am I? So, I don't really like Triplicate Titan. Especially not in like a non-tinker kind of deck. How did this thing manage to stay in the cube for another iteration? It baffles my mind. I don't think I'm going to be a good Gix deck. I think I should take either the Nexus or maybe Tide Hollow Scholar. I think I'll take the Nexus. Probably not going to play it. I like Terra Sunder a lot. I can't imagine that trying to get to the point where you can cast Cruel Ultimatum is a good strategy in this cube. Alright, Mind Stone's not the worst. Oh, I like this card, Damn. I don't think Luis has it in his cube. I guess it's a weird... I guess you treat it as a white-black card when you're color balancing. But it's kind of weird because it's mostly just a white card. Even though it's clearly just black. I guess this is Reanimate. It's also Oath of Druids, but it's probably not going to be a good Oath of Druids deck. The Oath of Druids deck I had this morning was so much fun. It was like a Storm deck that had Oath of Druids in it and Gristlebrand. Won every game with Tendrils of Agony. I guess Sylvan Library is kind of cool with Tamiyo. And it's an enchantment to hit with a track. So I think I'm deciding between, I guess it's between Sylvan, Abrupt Decay, and Fatal Push. I know some people like to just put Retrofitter Foundry in every deck. I really don't like it in non-artifact decks. It's also Torsten, which I think is pretty good. Yeah, maybe I'll take Torsten. It's like kind of a redundant Atraxa. I suppose this is a decent demonic tutor deck. Not looking for Bolus's Citadel. I don't think I'm looking for Bring to Light. I probably just went Liliana. I have 2 reanimation spells and not a lot of ways to get my fatties into the graveyard. I wish they wouldn't put cards like Sandstorm Salvager in Cube. Or in the Cube. Like, I think it just kind of like waters down Green's identity, and it just makes Green a bad version of white and red. A lot of the time, do I want Duress or do I want a land? Bloodstained Mire is a really good land for me, right? It's the Mortuary and the Ketria Triome. Yeah. Seems good. So pretty good 3 of the Breach deck. There's also Escape to the Wilds, which is... I love this card in Cube. I think it's so good. It's so underrated. But this is not the right kind of deck for it. Right now I've got 2 good things to Through the Breach. And I have an okay supply of red mana. Yeah, I guess this is fine. They're certainly much better Through the Breach decks than what I've got currently. Do I want Faithless Looting or do I want Life Death? I don't think it's Once Upon a Time. I think it's probably just Life Death. Corpse Dance or Birds of Paradise? Is this Exile or Sacrifice? Sacrifice. I guess I'll take Corpse Dance. It's not entirely clear that I'm actually going to be playing this Tamiyo. Doesn't seem like there's a ton of point to it right now. Just take a land. I could take Dam for the black half, which would be my first removal spell. Not a fan of Outland Liberator at all. I think I'll just take the land. Alright, Fatal Push is a really nice card to wheel. Is it better than Abrupt Decay, though? I think it is. My deck does not have a lot of 1-mana plays right now. I do have the 1-mana play if I could life my land on turn 1. It's a strong play. Do I need this for the red mana? Yeah, I don't think I really want to do that. I think I'll just take Urborg. I have 2 of these lands that deal damage to me. I'm not going to play with any of these cards. We're almost an Oath deck. Yeah, we are almost an Oath deck, but I think I want to play Grist. Grist is not a great hit off of Oath. And Troll of Khazad-dûm is also a pretty bad hit off of Oath. I probably want to play 17 lands in this deck. Meaning I want like 5 more spells. It'd be very nice to get a dual land that the Troll of Khazad-dûm could get that produces, I guess, red mana. So I can get the green-black land right now. This is not a Crater Hoof deck. This is actually a Woodfall Primus deck. That's a pretty big pickup. This is a really good sideboard card. I'm not going to start Turok in my deck because I'm not really a beatdown deck, but against the white deck, it's going to be great. Oh, man. I guess I just have to take Ancestral. This pack has a lot of good options for me. Ancestral, Sneak Attack, and Wooded Foothills would all be great. I guess I'm going to take Ancestral, and I'm almost definitely going to get a pretty good land back. I suppose there's an outside possibility I get the Sneak Attack back, because I may be the only person who's doing this kind of thing. It seems like a lot of the cards were going around pretty late. I'm expecting to get Overgrown Tomb back, or maybe Creeping Tar Pit. Broadside Bombardier is a ridiculously broken card. There's also Bowmasters, which I guess is even more broken. Does anybody want a game in Vintage Cube where they had a Hull Breacher out and they had to Ancestral their opponent just to get the 3 treasures? Like, use Ancestral Recall as Dark Ritual, essentially. I don't think I would play any of these cards in my main deck. Grave Titan's obviously fine in this kind of deck, but I think I already have enough better things. Hostile Investigators doesn't really belong in Cube. I think I'll just take Graveyard Trespasser and have it in my sideboard. I could see wanting to board that in. What does this land give me? It gives me white mana, which I don't really care about, and green-blue, which I do. I think I should pick one of these 2 lands, just because I think I have enough spells. I don't really need to prioritize spells. Breach. Is this a good Breach deck? It's an okay Breach deck. There's a land. There's Inquisition. I kind of just want to pick the land again. So I do need to have some red mana in my deck. Especially if the Sneak Attack wheels, which I think is unlikely but possible, I'm going to want to have a decent amount of red. I think if I wasn't picking this, I'd probably pick Inquisition. Maybe Soul Guide Lantern. I like Soul Guide Lantern less in these kind of reanimation decks. I think you need to build these decks to be more proactive. Animate Dead, not bad. A little bit light on ways to get creatures into the graveyard. I can Ancestral myself and discard to hand size at the start of a game. That's definitely like a pretty good play to make. Oh, Entomb. Okay. I guess they want to make things easy for me. And definitely just want to... This is a really good land because it's a land I can get with Troll of Khazad-dûm that produces blue mana. And like I was saying, Sneak Attack showed up. What would I be playing it over? Maybe just Tamiyo. Tamiyo's not that great for my deck. It's kind of weird. The way things worked out, I actually wouldn't mind having one more big creature. Also, how did Walking Ballista wheel? It's so good in almost every deck. This is like, I'm playing one of the few decks where it's not good. This pack didn't improve. Another land or a Snuff Out, which would actually be a pretty good sideboard card, or even a main deck card. I think I'll take Snuff Out. It's probably better than playing with Tenacious Underdog. Imperial Seal. I just kind of hate this card. I'll take Thought Scour and probably not play with it. Pillage the Bog. Pillage the Bog's a pretty good card. I feel like I got a lot of good cards, though. Pretty happy with all the cards in my main deck. I don't think I'll try to add any of these other cards. I definitely want to play a mountain. It's only suggesting 6 lands, even though I'm going to be playing 8. Do I want to play an island? I need to play a mountain because of Bloodstained Mire. And that kind of gets me to... Four, 5 red with the troll. Wouldn't be bad to have one more red. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 black. That's plenty black. My deck is mostly black, so I could maybe cut one swamp. It wouldn't be that bad to play a ton of black. Bloodstained Mire gets the Underground Sea, and so does the Troll of Khazad-dûm. Yeah, if anything, I don't need blue. I think I have enough blue without an island. I think I should just play a second mountain. How much green is this? 2... Does this get green? It does. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't really need more green. I could get by with less green. It's not surprising when you have Woodfall Primus in your deck that you're not really planning to cast. It just screws up the automatic mana. So I guess my option, like I could trim a forest for yet another mountain. Let's do that. Yeah, Torsten, the founder of Benalia, he moved from Ursus to go on to found Benalia. That's what I've gathered from the names of the cards that feature him. He started out as being Torsten von Ursus, And then he went and he founded Benalia, and they made this card, Torsten, founder of Benalia. And along the way, he showed some dramatic self-improvement. Like, he was working out, maybe taking night classes or something. Because in addition to founding Benalia, he also went from being a 5/5 with, I think, no abilities to being a 7/7 with 2 really good abilities. It's truly just a story of incredible self-improvement. Or maybe he did it with performance-enhancing drugs. How buff is he looking here? He doesn't look like he's been taking steroids. So he probably, did it just through hard work. His hand's probably a mulligan. His hand is not a mulligan. Oh, I hope they don't have any good cards in their deck. Probably they just tutored for Inspired Orator, because they had their Hallowed Priest in their hand. Same winged helmet. That's evidence that, like, doesn't taking a lot of steroids make your head grow? Make your head swell? So probably he isn't on steroids. He would have needed to get a new helmet. Hope whatever this is something really bad. It's pretty bad. Is it possible they tutored for that? Why would you do that? They can't have tutored for this, right? There's no way it was like the best card in their deck. They tutored for Force of Will, or Daze, or Force of Negation. Oh, Torsten, nice. Blackleaf Cliffs, Mindstone, Through the Breach. I think that's fine. I probably just don't want a land to come into play tapped, so I'll get rid of Underground Mortuary. Was there a land that could have given me blue? Oh, there was. I should have taken the blue. No. There's a land that gave me blue, but it didn't give me red. I guess they tutored for Skull Clamp, maybe? That maybe makes some sense. I think this card is like one of the weakest white cards in the cube. I am not pro Elspeth Knight Errant. Alright, maybe they're putting up a fight. They did just draw 4 cards on their turn. So maybe they have something really good in their hand. Probably not, though. They get a Fractured Identity. If they have that, I'd be sad. Palace Jailer, not that impressive. Especially because I think they're probably going to Skull Clamp it, and they're just going to get absolutely murdered by Bowmasters. Maybe not. No, they're going to use their last mana to Skull Clamp it. Nope, maybe not. They have more mana. Nettle Cyst. Oh, man. I got screwed that they didn't have enough mana to Skull Clamp their Palace Jailer. It's almost to the point where I'm going to be decking myself. With all these triggers. It'd be really nice if that had been a Woodfall Primus instead. There's Woodfall Primus. Because I'm going to get the Atraxa back here as well. I don't really need all these lands. They're pretty easy discards. I do want to keep Woodfall Primus in my hand for sneak attack. Oh, I discarded Mountain. Maybe that was bad. I should have kept the Mountain and discarded him, I think. Can this blow up artifacts? I don't think so. It's planeswalkers and creatures. So they were like a white weenie deck, but they had a lot of islands in play. Palace Jailer was how they exiled my thing. I'm just thinking, do I want Turok over Terra Sunder? They did have Mana Crypt and a Mox Diamond. Terra Sunder's not great against the 0 mana fast artifacts. I think I'm going to leave it the way it is and maybe reconsider for game 3. So I can use Bloodstained Mire to get I can get Underground Sea. I was like, I could get Ketria Triome, but then I'm not going to be able to hymn them. I forgot I have Underground Sea. This is actually easy. I just Ancestral myself off of Underground Sea, and then I think if I hymn them, do I still get to discard to hand size? I think I'm probably going to want to discard to hand size, assuming I hit one of my What, 3 big targets? I guess the odds aren't that likely that that's going to happen. No, I'm not going to get to discard the hand size. I wonder what they're going to take. Might just be him. They should probably take him to Turok unless their hand is terrible. Yeah. I'll go get Entomb. Although if they just pass with their mana up. Did I forget to play a land? No. When I said I wasn't going to discard the hand size, it was because I was going to play him, but I actually didn't do anything that got a card out of my hand. I guess I'm going to Entomb the Attracts in my upkeep. I don't want to draw it. Fatal Push is one of the cards I wanted. Guess I want Woodfall Primus, Mindstone. We didn't take life death there intentionally. Maybe I was confused. Could I have taken it in addition to the Fatal Push? I definitely wanted Fatal Push. Both a sorcery and an instant. Oh no, they're demonic tutoring. That's kind of gross. If they had just drawn a land or even like a normal creature on their turn, I think I would have been very easily winning. But the fact that they draw 4 cards on their turn could make this hard. Might as well not get mana tithed. Oh, is mana tithe not in the cube? I don't know. I just sort of assumed it was, but you could be right that it's not actually. That was a pretty juicy Woodfall Primus. I killed their 7 loyalty planeswalker and Skull Clamp. Those were some games. How much damage did they take from that mana crit? It must have, I wasn't paying attention. It must have hit him 3 times though. Wow, Reanimator's such a good strategy when you just draw Entomb plus a 2 mana reanimation spell in your opening hand. Oh, they didn't even keep Thoughtseize? I like that. Considering just getting Woodfall Primus here, I think it's probably better. Cost me 1 extra life, but I get to blow up one of their 2 lands, and also against like a black deck, a lot of the removal that might kill this isn't even going to work. Sadly, They're going to get to lose their Dark Confidant. Ooh. They must really need lands. What have they hit so far? A mountain and a swamp. That's a pretty good draw. Is that possible I was actually going to lose if I hadn't drawn that? Part of my plan with getting the Woodfall Primus was they were going to have this Dark Confidant that was going to cause their life total to go down, but they've hit lands every time with it. So that plan failed. We've stopped making forward progress. Please do something, opponent. What do you think happened to my opponent? Are they just mad that I killed their slick shot show off so they can't kill me? Maybe. Somebody say something in chat to entertain me, because this isn't entertaining. Any thoughts on the recent untimely passing of Steve Albini? Yeah, it was bad. I was actually thinking this morning, I had like a somewhat of an encounter with Steve Albini once. It wound up more being a Ian Mackay embarrassing me encounter. When I was in college, I had a job where I was like a sound man for the student activities group. And so they booked Shellac to play in this tent on our quad. And Shellac had their own sound man, so I was just kind of supervising them, and the guy did something that really wasn't that bad, but it was like it had to do with how our system was set up. It caused it to like blow a sub, and that was all just like lead up to it just wound up being like a kind of frustrating night for me. But then we were transporting all of our gear back, and one of the people who was transporting the gear they went over a bump which caused stuff to fall and like spill everywhere. And so what wound up happening is like I was really concerned about the gear, but Ian Mackay like ran up to help the person who had fallen. And in the end, I just felt bad. Have I seen Repo Man? No, I have not. I might as well hem myself because my hands just all lands. Anyway, it was pretty awesome getting to see Shellac live in concert. I was like, where'd my spell go? I didn't even get a land. I just got another land off of this thing. This is too many lands. Come on, Liliana off the top. Come on, opponent, just please play faster. Oh, I didn't need to do that. I could just do this. This is better. Sniff Out's not looking like an all-star here. Probably should have boarded that one out. So I can cycle into Fatal Push or Ancestral Recall. I was going to wait until to make sure they don't play a haste red creature to attack me, but I'm not going to give them a free Bowmaster trigger. Snuff Out's really looking not impressive here. Even more not impressive. I think there's anything I could draw that would save me. Oh, maybe I have Bowmasters. Bowmasters probably would have saved me for at least a turn. Yeah, we're not going to play with Snuff Out anymore. Good old Flame Tongue Kavu. Yeah, this is one of the parts where Arena is definitely a lot better than Magic Online, just because this person's obviously trying to play 2 matches at the same time. And you just can't do that on Arena. Entomb. No reanimation, no blue mana. This is probably a mulligan. This seems better. Probably just get rid of reanimate. we actually playing again? On untapped land. Tapped land. Boo. This game seems really doomed. Maybe they won't kill the Liliana. They saw the line. Kill my Planeswalker. Snuff Out actually would have been kind of good this game. It's too bad. Can I win? I guess if I draw Entomb, I'm actually maybe in okay shape. Entomb. Underground Sea into Entomb. Entomb. Forest. All right, maybe they have a good creature in their hand for me to bring back. None of those. Rampaging Raptor is what they've revealed. That seems bad for me. That was a sad way to lose. Can you animate Dead of Grist? And then it just immediately dies because it's not a creature card in play? It's probably not a very good strategy. Wait, didn't they do it wrong? They played a land before they played their Courser? Oh, wait. I don't know which land they already had in play, but it seems like they did it wrong. It's kind of brutal, but I like it. Do I still get to have the Animate Dead in play? No. Lame. Could have used that Animate Dead. I'm going to lose this game, but I think my opponent badly misbuilt their deck if they put Guy's Cradle in it. Guy's Cradle, I think, is only playable in white decks. Like, not white-green, but just literally white. Sadly, they redrew their Green Sun Zenith, so they're probably going to be able to get the Gruff Triplets, which I think I'm going to have a hard time beating. I don't have any sweepers like Toxic Deluge. Maybe if I could, I think the Atraxis on the bottom of my deck from Endurance, right? But I could draw Torsten. Do they have Questing Beast? They do. Yuck. Could reanimate their Scavenging Ooze. Come on, attracts off the top of my deck. Or this Woodfall Primus would be okay too. Their deck might be green enough that it's okay to play Guy's Cradle. Like, if you're literally mono green, I guess it's more reasonable. Maybe that's what they are. They have Emrakul in their hand. Sensing their deck contains Channel. Probably isn't even enough because they're going to just play Titania and get 2 5/3s next turn. Ooh, they have Flash. Flash Emrakul isn't anything though. Turns out they don't have enough mana to cast the Titania now because of the Woodfall Primus. It's going to be insane. Cut them off of blue mana so they can't play Flash. They're floating mana. I think they're just wasting time. Yep, that was just straight up I'm wasting time play. Come on, Torsten von Arceus or Swamp. Swamp also good. Perhaps not actually though. I guess I'm not racing. Oh, they found a land. If that hadn't been a land and they hadn't been able to play their Titania this turn, it would have felt great. Against a green deck. They obviously have Channel in their deck. I can't really do anything about it other than I guess I could hymn them. This is not a good hand. I always do badly when I draft Reanimator. Like, I think this is actually a pretty good Reanimator deck, but there's so many ways that Reanimator decks fail. We're not cycling this, we're playing it. Am I getting channeled? It's kind of tempting to kill the Llanowar Elves there and just cut them off on mana, but I know that eventually the Scavenging Ooze is going to be a problem. And it's game over. Maybe it's not. If I draw a mountain and what they have is Emrakul, I can maybe win. No, I can't beat Emrakul. What am I saying? Oh, it's just Channel Torsten. I can maybe beat this. Didn't even hit all that hard. I think I wanted to cut off their mana rather than getting to block the Torsten for one turn. I don't even think they're going to attack with Torsten now. I guess the benefit was not getting to block the Torsten so much as getting them to tap the Torsten so I could get a little bit of damage coming back. I like that. Well, I guess it doesn't mean that they don't have Eldrazi in their deck, but they didn't draw one, which is nice. It's a Torsten mirror match. Didn't really hit all that hard, unfortunately. Thankfully, the guy's cradle is gone. There's lots of cards that could be good here. This one's actually probably good enough. But any reanimation spell to get Torsten back would have been good. Maybe that one wasn't good enough. Because what do I have left in my deck? I have a Traxa. This does allow me to just alpha strike, though. Because I can give my Flametongue Cavo and my Woodfall Primus indestructible. Maybe the Bowmasters didn't need to be part of this attack. But maybe it did. Some more mountains. They're not quite dead on board. Oh, they were dead. I could have killed them with life. That was bad. Final game of the stream. Will I be able to defeat the Scavenging Ooze Endurance deck? If they're going to flash an endurance. Probably not. Let's see. No. I don't think they're going to. They didn't. Wouldn't surprise me if they flash it in here. If they, because I'm going to Liliana minus next turn almost definitely. Questing Beast. Not enjoying that one. Death only works on my graveyard, sadly. There's no reason to put this in play and have it potentially be destroyed. I have enough red mana that if I draw something to sneak attack, I can just do it all at once. As I was saying, I guess I can potentially hit something else to sneak in addition to the Torsten. Probably don't really want to sneak Troll of Khazad-dûn. That was underwhelming. Maybe I do want to sneak Troll of Khazad-dûn. Then next turn I can just life them. I think life's one of the old cards though where it doesn't give new lands haste. I don't have an untapped green lands to make a land drop, so it's only 5 of my lands that can attack. On me. Wonderful graveyard, it's gone. They're all back in my deck. Haywire Might. Oh, my sneak attack's gone. I gotta do it now, though. Alright, maybe they're gonna let me untap. They do know that the best thing I had to sneak was that troll, and I think that they know these 3 lands. So I guess they can wait to see if I attack them. So this they can block, it can prevent 1 more point. This is not the Alchemy version of Haywire Might. It's a 1/1 and they only gain 2 life. So they're at effectively 9. They can block 3 things. I don't think that's enough to live. Come alive. Anything else? No. That was a cool game. All right, that's it for me for today. Thanks for everybody who tuned in. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll be making a video of day one of the arena qualifier, which is sealed. That's happening on Saturday. So hope to see you then.